the hardest to knock a hole in. I think she's a doe that
I have 3 nice rabbits here.
We've got a real nice class of light OPBs in the market show to start with, and to be honest with you, there's still a lot of give and take and a lot of variability within this class. And
next exhibitor's a nice hand here around ringside. 3 very, very good cattle. But I think an easy class in terms of the way it falls into place.
Name where you're from and tell us about your greenhouse.
I'm Aiden Boger from Wimberley, Texas. 8x8 greenhouse, 8 foot, pretty big, tall, nice.
We got a Dripping Springs FFA market swine.
Now 12, 13, 14 in the back. 15, he's out in the back. 1500.
Well, good morning, everyone. We'd like to welcome you to the 2023 Hays County Stock Show Goat Show. We will be getting started here shortly. At this time, I'd like to hand the mic over to Jeff Dodd, who is going to say a prayer. So if everyone will please rise, take your cover off, we will have a prayer.
Thank you, Carl. If I could, again, get everyone to rise and remove cover, we'll give thanks to our Lord. Dear Heavenly Lord, we come to you this morning just humble, Lord, in the blessings you bestow on us as a county, as a community, as a state. We're just so thankful, Lord, for the blessings you bestow on us, the ability to do the things that we love, which is here at Hays County supporting our youth, supporting the youth of Hays County and Texas in their efforts in the Livestock Show arena. Lord, we ask that you watch over our show today and that your will is done, that everyone, both parents, kids, exhibitors alike, understand that this is a competition, but we're all here together to further our education about livestock and grow in our love of each other. Lord, we ask for safe passage to and from our show today. We just ask for your blessings upon this show, upon our youth, upon our volunteer leadership, and everyone associated with the Livestock Show. Again, Lord, we thank you for the blessing you bestow on us. Just so thankful. We ask in your name. Amen. I'm now going to hand the microphone over to one of 2 very talented young ladies. I'm going to hand the mic over to Cammie Cunningham that will be singing our national anthem. If everyone could stay risen, and the flag's here in the center of the arena.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rang alert, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Cammie. How about that, folks? We are ready to show some goats. So this will be second call for the first class of breeding goats with 6 entries in that class. This first class of breeders is exhibitors are Trent Henry, Quincy Raines, Bobby Allen, Lawson Henry, Megan Hernandez, and Winston Raines. They'll be entering the ring to my right. If you're in the grandstands or in the bleachers, to your left. Our Grand Champion Breeding Doe belt buckle today is sponsored by Austin Outline, Sherry and Dennis Bowles. The Reserve Champion Breeding Doe buckle is sponsored by Hernandez Boar Goats, Anthony and Sonia Hernandez. This will be first call for Class 2 breeding does. First call, Class 2 breeding does. There should be 3 entries in that division or in that class.
Well, again, we want to welcome everyone here this morning. Thanks so much for being a part of our viewing audience here on Stock Show
Caleb
Live.
Coco, we need you for Class 2 breeding does. Class 2 breeding does. Caleb Coco, please come to the holding pen.
Well, I've got a second here. Let me tell you who all's in the ring right now. Trent Henry, Quincy Raines, Bobby Allen, Lawson Henry, Megan Hernandez, and Winston Raines. Following this group, we'll have the breeding goats 13 months and older with 3 entries as well, and we'll get back to that here in just a minute.
Certainly a pleasure to be here today. A really nice set of does here to start our goat show off on the breeding side. For me, started to really take a look at these and what they bring to the table. I think especially this individual that this female has that works her way to the top, I think for me brings the most good to the table. This is a really powerful goat on both ends. This is a goat that's really stout from the ground up. Again, one that's just cracked open up through her front end, but yet still length of body and length of front. To me, she's feminine enough for me today. She's long body. She balances really well. She's got good rib, but yet still some depth of body to where she can be a good productive female. When you get behind her, she's exceptional in terms of her hip design. She's dimensional at her hip. You put your hands on her, she doesn't disappoint as well. She's balanced. She's feminine. She's the right kind for me. I like her to win the class. Young lady's goat in second. Gets overpowered a little bit, but when you really take a look at this female on the move, she impresses you. She's long body. She's exceptional in terms of her rib as well. I love her from flank to flank. I like her extension up through her front. She may be not quite as stout as made as what we see in our class winner, but she's certainly really nice and eye-appealing from the side. Not near as dominant in terms of shape. Maybe gets a bit more base narrow when she moves away from you, but she's good enough for me today to put in that second place hole. A really interesting goat in third. Body and lots of frame size, lots of extension, lots of length of body, but you really take a look at this goat, to me, in relation to her frame size, I want to power up just a bit more down her top line. She doesn't handle quite the depth at top as what we see in first and second in relation to her body size. But I think, again, when you start taking a look at her, too, as she puts a little bit more condition on, she's going to power up a little bit more. I like her in terms of her hip design as well. Then we get into some goats here and some give and take. The young man's goat in the fourth place hole, long-bodied, balanced up, feminine, to me just doesn't have enough middle portion of the body when you compare him to the first, second, and third. Certainly not near as dominant down his top. A little finer made from the ground up. So I'd like to stouten her up just a bit more. There's some give and take the next couple. Extremely powerful, thick-made goat in the fifth place hole. This is probably the coarser, maybe one of the top five. To me, gets a bit shorter from flank to flank. This is the one when you get him on the move. He doesn't travel quite as nice on those hind wheels. And then we get into a really productive, broody female in the last place hole here. This is a lot. There's a lot of good places here for this female. She's productive. She's powerful. For me, though, she gets a little bit coarser up through her front. She's a little bit coarse in terms of her blade. She's not quite structurally correct. It's what we like to see in the ones ahead of her. If you just want a commercial female in the production line, she's going to fit your bill. For me, she just didn't fit me quite as nicely in terms of total completeness. Nice competitive class. Let's give them a round of applause. Good job.
All right, this will be last call for Class 2 breeding does. Class 2 breeding does, last call. Results of Class 1. 6th place, Bobby Allen. 5th place, Lawson Henry. 4th place, Winston Rains. 3rd place, Trent Henry. 2nd place, Megan Hernandez. And your class winner out of Class 1 is Quincy Rains. Okay, Class 3, Class 2 good? We have 3 entries in Class 2. They are Caleb Coco, Morgan Hernandez, and Bobby Allen. At the conclusion of Class 2, we will bring 1st and 2nd place back out of Class 1 and Class 2 for the Grand Champion overall and Reserve Grand Champion overall breeding does.
While we have a minute here, I want to be sure and thank Texas Farm Bureau Insurance for their support of these students and this broadcast.
Hey, there's
for you
some
to
give
watch.
and take with all three of these goats. There's some good things that you really like about them and some things you want to change or combine in relation to what they bring to the table. For me, the young man's female here that wins the class, I think just a bit better in terms of design, just a bit better in terms of just what they look like or what you want, and maybe a breeding female. This is a stout-made individual. She's exceptional and really nice in terms of her rib. For me, she's big in terms of her hip. To me, in relation to her body size, she's got plenty of top. Where do we kind of get her a little picky on this female? She wants to kind of roll a little bit when she gets on the move in terms of hip design. She gets a little bit coarser up through her blade is maybe ideal. You know, if you talk about just really cool eye appealing, when you kind of put the coolness of the third place goat and the handle of the first place goat together, as well as the natural dimension. But with that said, I think for what she brings to the table in relation to her handle and what in terms of her design of her hip and her rib, she wins the class. Again, the second place goat, one that's really powerful down her top. She's the one that's got some depth of rib as well, but yet still clean enough through her fore rib in relation to what she brings to the table. Me, I'd like to lengthen her up just a little bit more, maybe change her on her hind legs just a bit more. For me, I love her in terms of her hip design. I like her in terms of her power down her top. And as much condition she has, she still has some elevation, some cleanliness up through her chest floor, and I appreciate that. The interesting goat and the problem goat for me is the third place goat, because this goat fits me well in terms of the way she runs uphill. She's long-bodied. She's cool in terms of her lines. This is the one that gets dominated in terms of shape down her top. This is the one when you track her away from you, she gets way too base narrow when you move her down the line here in terms of the way she tracks. She's the one that's least dimensional out of her hip. She's the one that's still a bit flatter in her stifle. So in reality, we need to power up a bit more. She's certainly the greener handling one over her ribs, and so I think we put more condition on her. We may power up a little bit. She just doesn't fit me in terms of her hip design to move her up any higher. Really competitive class, some give and take with all of them. Congratulations. Good job.
All right, results of Class 2 breeding does. Third place, Morgan Hernandez. Second place, Bobby Allen. And your class winner goes to Caleb Coco from West San Marcos 4-H. At this time, we'll have first and second out of Class 1, which will be Miss Quincy Raines, was a class winner out of Class 1. And your second place goat out of Class 1 is Megan Hernandez. Then we will have Caleb Coco and Bobby Allen back out of the age does or the Class 2 for the Grand Champion Breeding Doe and Reserve Grand Champion Breeding Doe.
And once again, while we're waiting here, just an opportunity to thank Capital Farm Credit. Together We're Better, Austin office. They've been supporting these kids at this stock show, and we're grateful for their support of this broadcast as well, making it possible for those of you at home watching. Be sure and give them a word of thank you. Here we go with the champion drive of the breeding goats.
Again, our Grand Champion Breeding Doe belt buckle today is sponsored by Austin Outline, Sherry and Dennis Bowles. Our Reserve Champion Breeding Doe buckle sponsored by Hernandez Boar Goats, Anthony and Sonia Hernandez.
Not a lot of numbers, but certainly some really nice females out here in our breeding goat show. For me, again, we start taking a look at the ones that won their class. I think they were just built a little bit better. I think they just handled a little bit better. You take a look at the ones that were in second in the respective class, maybe not quite as powerful in what we see and maybe not quite as complete, but certainly I think they found their way to the top end of the class in the champion drive quite easily. For me, it gets down to build handle, design, and structure. And I think there's a couple out here for me that fit me in all those aspects. They're built right. They track. They don't change when you get them on the move. That's extremely critical. We can take a look at them propped up on the side all we want right here, but we need to move them and make sure that they're built right in terms of the way their blades are, their lines, and certainly their base width. For me, again, there's a couple that fit me quite nicely in those aspects. The young lady out of Class 1, let's give her a round of applause. That's your champion. The young lady that's in second place, that's going to be your reserve. Congratulations.
Okay, your grand champion breeding doe goes to Quincy Rains. Quincy is representing the Dripping Springs 4-H. And your reserve grand champion breeding doe goes to Megan Hernandez, representing the Buda 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. At this time, this will be first call for Class 1 market goats. First call, Class 1 market goats. All right, we need Isla, Avery, and Abigail Wymore to the check-in station for Class 1 market goats. That is Isla, Avery, and Abigail Wymore. Please make your way to the check-in station. We have 10 entries in Class 1 market goats, ranging in weight from 60 pounds to 63 pounds. In the Market Goat Show, we will have Class 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then we will have a Division 1 drive, lightweight division drive. Then we will follow with Class 7, 8, 9 for the middleweight or the Division 2 drive. And then Class 12, 13, and 14 will be the heavyweight division. And we'll have the division drive after that, and then go into the grand and reserve grand drive. So after 4 classes, we will have a division drive. This will be second call, Class 1 Market Goats. Second call, Class 1 Market Goats. Class 1 should be at the staging area. Once again, there are 10 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 60 to 63 pounds.
I'm sorry about that little giddy up. Had a little issue over at the rabbit show I was trying to take care of. But in this first class of market goats, lightweight division, is Barrett Hunt, Katie Brown, Gavin Pathfinder, Isla Wymore, Avery Wymore, Joel Locke, Nolan Moore, Abigail Wymore, Annie Novak, and Kylie Davey.
This will be first call for Class 2 market goats. First call, Class 2 market goats.
If you're interested at all, we also on FBG Live, we have the rabbit show planned for you as well. So you can jump back and forth, pull up a couple screens, and watch over there as well. But for now, it's back to the meat goats. This is Class 1.
Nice set of goats in Class 1 of our market show. I think these two that work their way to the top do so really easily. They're the best built goats. Then you put your hands on them. Certainly the most powerful. The young lady's goat spot on his top, just a bit better in terms of his design. He's certainly better in terms of his build. He's certainly better in terms of his handle. He's big topped. He's big stifle. He's big hip. One that's got some shape down his top line. He's got some expression in his forearm. For me, balances up enough for me today. You combine that with his handle, you move him in the top hole pretty easily. I think the young lady's goat in second found me pretty quickly is another one that's got some shape and eye appeal. One that maybe not quite as dominant down his top as what we see our class winner. Certainly not near as powerful in terms of his stifle. He gets a little bit flatter there. But when you compare him to the remainder of the class, he's built nice enough. He handles certainly nice enough to put him in that second place hole. Really cool looking, neat individual in third place. This is a cool looking one from the side. He's long bodied. He's elevated. elevated. He's good in terms of his rib. To me, gets just a bit off in terms of his hip. He's probably the lighter muscle goat of the top three, and I say that because he's the greener goat of the top three. I think he's got lots of good days ahead of him as he continues through the feeding process. Certainly one that's just a little bit rawer to the handle and touch, but in terms of design, he fits me quite nicely. And you get into the next couple goats here, ones that to me are built with some length of body. They just don't have the shape down the top. Young lady's goat in the 4th place hole. For me, just a little bit stouter right behind his shoulders in relation to the one right behind him. Certainly one that's a little bit rawer to the touch. Real long-bodied goat in the 5th place hole. This is one, though, he kind of hawks in just a little bit, gets a little easier in his top, breaks right behind his shoulders just a little bit. But when you compare these 5 in relation to what we talked about, the remainder of the class, they've got some stifle, they got some hip dimension, they got some shape down their top, and that's how we pulled the rest of these individuals in this class. We talked about them as we pulled them. Let's give them a round of applause. Nice set here. Good duo up in the top end. Good job.
This will be last call for Class 2 market goats. Last call, Class 2 market goats.
All right, some of the other sponsors we want to be sure and recognize: Loudon Excavating, Southwest Directors, and Laura Gregory with Laura's Lovely Lashes.
Okay, results from Class 1 market goats. 10th place, Kylie Davey. Let's give Kylie a big round of applause. She had issues with her goat. We don't know what happened to the goat. It looked like he may have choked down a little bit, but give Kylie a round of applause. She had to leave the ring with a sick goat. 9th place belongs to Annie Novak. 8th place, Cody Brown. 7th place, Nolan Moore. 6th place, Abigail Wymore. 5th place, Gavin with Pathfinders. 4th place, Avery Wymore. 3rd place, Barrett Hunt. 2nd place, Isla Wymore. And your first place winner out of Class 1 market goats is Jewel Locke, representing Wimberley 4-H. Congratulations. We will now have Class 2 enter in the ring. We have 12 entries in this class, ranging from 66 to 72 pounds.
It's a big class right here. Jamarian Pathfinder, Gilbert Sandoval.
At the conclusion of Class 4, we will need the 1st and 2nd place goats out of each class back to the ring for Division 1 drive. 1st and 2nd place goats out of each class, 1 through 4, back for the division drive at the conclusion of Class 4.
Brian Pathfinder, Gilbert Sandoval, Nicholas Pathfinder, Gracie Locke, Isabella Kamansky, Avery Wymore, James Hernandez, Brendan Pathfinder, Quincy Rains, and Tylee Dana make up this Class 2 of the meat goats.
This will be first call, Class 3 market goats. First call, Class 3 market goats.
really nice and deep class, but you talk about, for me, when you talk about the ones that work their way to the top, this trio does so really easily. Then you kind of get into some decisions here. Young Ladies Weather wins the class and real easy, and he's stout. He's good in his lines. He's a balanced goat. He's good in his rib. He's good in his heart. He's good in his forerib. Long enough fronted, really, really cool looking from the side. Dimensional at his hip. You put your hands on him. He's the most dominant in terms of shape down his top. He's certainly the most dominant in terms of his handle. I like how he runs uphill. To me, doesn't change when you get him on the move. I think he wins the class really easily. Really long body, goat in second. This is a really cool looking one from the side as well. To me, wants to suck down just a little bit. Maybe handles are just a bit softer. I love the length of body. I love the extension. Just need this goat to be powered up just a bit more, maybe firmed up a bit more. But Young Lady, we got a good handle right there at the end that made a big difference. This is a big top goat in the third place hole. Is he as cool to look at from the side as what we see in first and second? Probably not. Kind of gets a little bit deeper through that forerib. Certainly just a notch shorter from flank to flank. One that gets off at his hip just a little bit. But in terms of shape, in terms of rack, I think he excels our fourth place goat, especially in terms of hip design and hip dimension, as well. Again, when you put your hands on the fourth place hole, big top, cool rib. This is the one that's just a little bit off in terms of the way he's built from the hooks to the pins. He wants to taper towards his tail head just a bit more. He's certainly a little bit flatter in terms of his stifle. Kind of gets a little bit stiff and a little bit straight on his hind wheels when you get him on the move. But I like him in terms of depth of loin. Really long body goat in the fifth place hold around out the top five. Probably the greenest handling goat of the top five. You have to like this goat in terms of his build from the ground up. He's stout. He's long body. He's elevated. He's extended. He's just raw to the touch. Just doesn't have near the muscle in his skeleton to compete with the ones ahead of him. I think you've got a lot of good days ahead of him, though. Congratulations, outstanding duo, excellent class winner. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. Good job.
This will be last call, Class 3 market goats. Last call, Class 3 market goats.
And again, while we have a minute, want to be sure and thank some more
Class
of our
3
sponsors.
has 10 entries, ranging in weight from 73 pounds to 77 pounds.
PMI Pipe
Results
Steel
of
and
Class
Supplies.
2. 12th place, Isabella Kokmansky. 11th place, Tylee Dana. 10th place, Brendan with Pathfinders. 9th place, Brian with Pathfinders. 8th place, Jamarian with Pathfinders. 7th place, Avery Wymore. 6th place, Gilbert Sandoval. 5th place, Nicholas with Pathfinders. 4th place, Gilbert Sandoval. 3rd place, Gracie Locke. 2nd place, J.W. Hernandez. And your class winner is Quincy Raines, representing Dripping Springs 4-H. We will need those first and second place goats back after Class 4 placings for the division drive. Class 3 is entering the ring now.
All right, before we get rolling with Class 3, New World Bakery and Wright Farrier Services. Appreciate all of you for sponsoring this show. And in Class 3, lightweight meat goats is Cedriona Drakenberg, Presley Geisen, Ashlyn Brinkley, Ruben Pathfinder, Ella Sandoval, Annie North, Bailey Wright, Forrest Conley, Macy Chester, and Macy Cheshire again with another animal.
This will be first call, Class 4 market goats. First call, Class 4 market goats. This will be second call for Class 4 market goats. Second call, Class 4 market goats.
This goat that wins this class just at first wasn't a strong impression, but he just keeps growing on you in the way he's built. And then you kind of you get up to him and really evaluate him and put your hands on him. For me, he's the best handling goat. He's the most dimensional goat. He's big in terms of his hip. One that's just built right from the ground up. I think he balances up quite nicely for me today. Long enough body, big old stifle. Really nice in the way he blends that hip-point junction. For me, when you get him on the move, that's where he excels the class. He's got that natural base width. He's long-fronted. He's up-fronted. He walks, and when he's walking away from him, he does not change. Clean through his chest floor. I like him to win the class. The young lady's doe in second's the one I really latched onto at first. Again, long-bodied, really, really cool to look at from the side. She has a tendency to get just a little rounder out at that hip. Maybe not quite as nice in terms of transition, but in terms of design, in terms of the way she moves about the arena, I like her in that second-place hole. I just wish she was just a little bit better in terms of her handling that hip-point junction. To me, a goat that fits not quite nicely in that second-place hole. Really interesting goat in third. This is the one that kind of gets easier in his top, but you start taking a look at him when he moves about the arena on the profile, one that just got some natural base width to him. He's big in terms of his stifle. We'd like to strengthen him up down his top line a little bit more. If we do that, we make him more competitive. Really big top goat in fourth. This is a goat that just plays out in terms of stifle. He's the one that gets just a bit more tapered towards his tail head. To me, I'd like to change that about him, but certainly I like him in terms of his handle down his top line. Then the goat in the fifth-place hole kind of gave the young lady a hard time. He's long-bodied. He looks really good in terms of his lines right there, but when you get him on the move, we need to clean him up through the point of his shoulder. To me, he gets a little bit easier, rougher in terms of his blade. He wants to drop his top line a little bit on the move. To me, he's certainly the greenest handling of the top five. To me, really firm handling. Just got to put a little bit more product on him, maybe elevate him to his top, kind of clean him up to the point of his shoulder. Very competitive class, nice class winner. Congratulations to these exhibitors as well. Good job.
This will be last call, final call for Class 4 market goats. Last call, Class 4 market goats.
All right, in this fourth class of lightweight meat goats, we've got Clayton Plumley, Abigail Wymore, Michaela Ferver, Jake Wright, Ella Sandoval, Morgan Hernandez, Lillian
There are
Sandoval,
11
Clayton
entries in
Plumley,
Class
Ramsey
4,
Carpenter, Ella
ranging
Sandoval,
in
and
weight from
Kent Weimer.
78 to 83 pounds. 11. We're missing a goat in Class 4. Okay. Okay, results of Class 3 market goats. 10th place, Ashlyn Brinkley. 9th place, Ruben with Pathfinders. 8th place, Cedriona Drossenberg. 7th place, Annie North. 6th place, Macy Cheshire. 5th place, Macy Cheshire. 4th place, Presley Giesen. 3rd place, Ella Sandoval. 2nd place, Bailey Wright. And your class winner out of Class 3 is Forrest Cooley from Wimberley 4-H. Congratulations. We'll need the 1st and 2nd place goats back out of Class 3 at the conclusion of this class for the Division I drive. We will need Class 1 winner Jewel Locke. And 2nd place out of Class 1 is Isla Wymore. We need you back to the check-in station. Out of Class 2, we need Quincy Rains, class winner, and J.W. Hernandez, 2nd place class winner out of 2. Out of Class 3, we need Forrest Conley, 1st place winner, and Bailey Wright, 2nd place winner out of Class 3. Back to the holding area, please, for the Division I drive at the conclusion of Class 4. Our Division I champion belt buckle today is sponsored by Cunningham Orthodontics. And our reserve champion Division I belt buckle is sponsored by Hill Country Wastewater Services. We want to thank those people for their sponsorships. Need all the help and appreciate the help they give us to put this show on.
Nice class out of Class 4. There's these that are down the line that made me make some decisions here. But when you talk about the duo that worked their way to the top, they do so real easy. The young lady's Weather, I think he wins the class real easily. He's the best design. To me, certainly the most powerful goat. He's explosive down his top line. He's deep in terms of his loin. Is he the biggest frame goat in the class? Certainly not. He's big enough. He's stout enough. When you get him on the move, again, really nice goat in relation to his eye appeal and his base width. For me, I like him in terms of his touch. I think he wins the class real easily. The goat in second, again, plenty of top shape, plenty of rack shape, maybe not quite as dominant in terms of loins, what we see in our class winner. He's the one that gets a little bit more common in terms of his blade and his shoulder as compared to our class winner. Certainly, though, I like his length of body. I like his eye appeal. Maybe not quite as complete as what we see in the one ahead of him. Then we kind of get into some decisions here. Probably the better handling, the smoother goat. The better goat in terms of lines is our third place goat in relation to our fourth place goat. This goat's just a notch shorter from flank to flank when you compare him to the fourth place goat, but certainly in my opinion he's better in terms of his lines. He's certainly better at his handle. He's bigger in his stifle. He's elevated more so up to his front third. I like that about him. That's why I put him in that third place hole. Goat in fourth, again, long body. He's got some muscle. To me, he's just a little bit more piecey. You can see how he breaks behind his shoulders. He wants to suck down, drop his chest forward when you get him on the move. He just doesn't have the eye appeal in terms of his lines is what we see in first, second, and third. Need to strengthen him up down his top line. Then we get into the fifth place goat again, one that's got some muscle in the middle and lower portion of his leg. He's the one that peaks behind his shoulder just a bit more, doesn't have the rack shape and definition of what we see in 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then we get into the next goat. He gets way too easy in his top. He breaks behind his shoulders. He's got a cool looking rib to him, but we need to strengthen him up down his top line to make him more competitive. Nice duo up here in the class 4. Let's give them all a round of applause. Good job.
Okay, results from Class 4. 10th place, Jake Wright. 9th place goes to Ramsey Carpenter. 8th place, Kent Wymore. 7th place, Clayton Plumley. 6th place, Ella Sandoval. 5th place, Ella Sandoval. 4th place, Lillian Sandoval. 3rd place is Abigail Wymore. 2nd place is Michaela Verver. And your class winner from Class 4 is Morgan Hernandez representing the Buda 4-H Club. We will need the 1st and 2nd place goats back out of Class 1, 2. Class 1 winner is Jewel Locke. Class 2 winner, Quincy Raines. Class 3 winner, Forrest Cooley. And your Class 4 winner, Morgan Hernandez. Class 2, 2nd place goat. This will be first call for Class 7 market goats. First call, Class 7 market goats. Once again, our Division 1 champion belt buckle is donated by Cunningham Orthodontics, and our reserve champion Division 1 belt buckle is sponsored by Hill Country Wastewater Services. Attention in the barn, there is a white Chevrolet flatbed truck parked down by the vet clinic. We need it moved immediately. A white Chevrolet truck with a flatbed. Please move the truck outside. Thank you.
Let's give our exhibitors out of the first division a round of applause. Really nice set. Good goats as well. Nice quality. I think when you talk about the ones in respect to their weight class, they win the classes fairly easily. They work their way to the top. These 4 goats, they're built right. They're natural in terms of their base width. For me, they're designed right. They're cool to look at. They're elevated, and then you put your hands on them. They don't disappoint. They've got plenty of shape down their top. Goats in second in their respective classes. They were good in their own right. They just got beat by good ones. They're good. They're maybe not quite as complete. Maybe they don't have quite the shape down their top. Maybe not near the definition of rack. Maybe not near as deep in terms of their loin. Or maybe they just didn't blend quite as well in terms of their blade and their shoulder. So there's some give and take with those, but certainly an outstanding set in their own right. For me, it gets down to the combination of everything. Handle, touch, design. There's a couple out here that are built right. They're stout. They're cool to look at. They're elevated. They're exceptional in terms of their handle and touch. That's going to be your champion reserve. Young lady out of Class 4 is your champion. Class 2 is reserve. Let's give them a round of applause. Good job.
Your Division 1 champion goes to Morgan Hernandez from Buda 4-H. And your reserve champion out of Division 1 is Quincy Raines from Dripping Springs 4-H. Congratulations to those exhibitors. This will be second call for Class 7 market goats. Second call, Class 7 market goats. Class 7 has 7 entries, ranging in weight from 86 to 88 pounds. We are missing Bella Gomez and Jewel Locke in Class 7. We need you to come to the staging area for Class 7. Bella Gomez and Jewel Locke.
Well, we've got a minute here. Again, I want to thank Texas Farm Bureau Insurance for their support of these students and their efforts here today. We couldn't do this broadcast without them, most certainly. And, of course, they're big sponsors of the majority of this stock show. So if you see anyone out there from Texas Farm Bureau Insurance, Hays County Division, be sure and tell them thank you for their support of these students and their efforts today.
Okay, I've been told there's some confusion in the classes being called. If you look at your classes that are posted on the wall, at the top of each page, there is a class number. And that's the way we're calling the classes. So Class 5 would have been the Division 1 Champion Drive. Class 6 would have been the selection of the Reserve Division 1 Champion. So now we will go to Class 7 Market Goats, which is the way they're posted. And we'll do 7, 8, and 9 classes. In Class 7, we have 7 entries. They're all here now. Okay, we have 7 entries. Class 7.
Also, just a reminder, everybody, we've got the rabbit show going on. So if you were to visit stock-show.live, you would be presented with 2 options. The top one would default to the rabbit show, and the second option, as it started an hour later, would be the goat show. And so you can view both of those by just going to both those links. And shoot, if you got a little screen picture-in-picture option, you could probably even watch both shows at the same time if you wanted. But thanks again for joining us today. Well, while time permits, I'll also give a shout out to Capital Farm Credit. Together we're better. You can see their Austin office number there on your screen. They've been proud sponsors of this show this week, and we're grateful for them and for making it possible for us to bring it to you live here on stock-show.live. Thank you, Capital Farm Credit.
Okay, this is last call. Class 7 market goats. With 7 entries, we are ready to go in the ring. Weights ranging from 86 to 88 pounds.
All right, and here comes Class 7, our first class of medium weight goats. Meet goats: Bella Gomez, Trace Hunt, Kent Wymore, Halen Brown, Lillian Sandoval, Nolan Moore, and Jewel Locke. This will be first call, Class 8 market goats. First call, Class 8 market goats. There should be 12 entries in Class 8.
This will be second call. Second call, Class 8 market goats. Second call, Class 8 market goats.
Tough class, lots of differences here. For me, again, the goat that brings the most good to the table is the young lady's goat up in the front end. He's certainly the smoothest handling goat. He's the best ribbed goat. He's the most dimensional. This is a goat, again, when you compare him to the remainder of the class, he's better on his feet and legs. He does not change as much as what we see in the next goats down the line. He's stronger down his top line. He's really thin-hided, really nice to the touch. I think he wins the class real easily. Young lady goat in second, I think, follows our class winner quite nicely. Maybe not quite as dimensionalized hip, certainly not as nice in terms of his handle down his top line. He's the one that gets a little bit more down-fronted than what we see in our class winner, but I like his length of body and extension. Young man's goat in third. This one's got some shape down his top. He's the one that wants to roll out his hip a bit more. He's the one that gets a little bit more hocked in than maybe ideal. You can really see that as he moves away from you, but I like his shape down his top. Young man's goat in fourth. This guy kept working his way up and working his way up. When we get into him, he's more balanced than the remainder of the class. He's better hip. He's longer body. He's cleaner up through his shoulder and his front end. For me, is he as dominant down his top as what we see in the ones ahead of him? Certainly not, but I like to appreciate him for his handle down his top line. Young lady's goat in fifth. Power goat, lots of thickness to him, the really coarse fronted. He's the shortest fronted goat. He's the one that wants to get a little bit more down fronted when he gets him on the move, but in terms of product, I like him down his top line. I told the young man in the next hole, this goat's got plenty of shape down his top. He just, in terms of design, doesn't fit me well. He gets up on his toes and kind of gets really constricted on the move. He's the one that tapers towards his tail head. His top shape just doesn't fit the way he tracks, and so I'd like to change his design out his hip. And then we get into the next goat, long body, probably the coolest one that we see in the last four of these classes. He just doesn't have as much product in his skeleton to compete with the ones ahead of him. Nice class winner. Let's give him a round of applause. Good job.
This will be last call for Class 8 market goats. Last call for Class 8 market goats. We should have 12 entries. I was told we were missing Jessica Galvan and Jax Myers. Jessica Galvan and Jax Myers, please make your way to the staging area. Results of Class 7, 7th place, Halen Brown. 6th place, Nolan Moore. 5th place, Lillian Sandoval. 4th place, Kent Wymore. 3rd place, Trace Hunt. 2nd place, Jewel Locke. And your Class 7 winner is Miss Bella Gomez from Jack C. Hayes FFA. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We will need 1st and 2nd place goats back for the division drive after Class 9. Still need Jax Myers for Class 8. Jax Myers from Dripping Springs FFA. Jax Myers, Dripping Springs FFA. We need you at the check-in station. Jax Myers. We have 12 entries in Class 8, ranging in weight from 89 to 90 pounds.
Well, friends, medium weight Class 8 of Market Goats, Easton Davy, Ansel Marcantel, Jessica Galvan, Ruby Vance, Jax Myers, Randall Spencer, Halen Brown, Megan Hernandez, Tylee Dana, Bailey Wright, Jake Wright, and Riley Steinecke.
This will be first call, Class 9 market goats. First call, Class 9 market goats. We should have 10 entries in Class 9. This will be second call, Class 9 market goats. We need Cody Brown and Lawson Henry in that class.
Very competitive class in this weight class. For me, again, there's some things that you like about the ones up here in the top end, and there's some things you'd like to change. For me, in terms of hip build, in terms of length from hooks to pins, in terms of length of body, in terms of stoutness from the ground up, the goat that wins the class fits the bill. For me, is he as good a handling as what I'd like to see? No, he's a little bit raw to hip loin junction. He doesn't have the depth of loins maybe you'd like to see. Maybe has a tendency to get a little bit forward through his chest and his shoulder, but certainly in terms of the way he looks from his lines, in terms of his balance, in terms of his hip design, in terms of the levelness and length of hind saddle, I like him to win the class. I just like to change him in terms of his loin handle. But then again, I think he's on the green side. He's gonna get better and better. Little shorter sided goat in second, but certainly one that's better down his top line. I think he's smooth in terms of his hip loin junction. This is the goat that'd like to lengthen up from flank to flank just a little bit. He gets a little bit flatter from his hocks down to the ground, and I'd like to change that about him. Certainly a little bit different in terms of his hip design, but he's smooth down his top, and he's got plenty of handle. He's got some depth of loin. The goat in third, to me, again, just kept growing on me and growing on me. He's got a good rib in him. He's long-bodied. He's the one that doesn't transition quite as well in terms of that loin. That hip loin junction is what we see in the ones ahead of him. He's stout from the ground up, but you kind of fault him a little bit. You like to give him on his toes just a bit on his hind legs, but certainly I like him in terms of his extension and length of body. And that's where he excels our fourth place goat. This goat's probably the softer handling of our top four. He's certainly the shorter sided goat. So we'd like to power him up just a little bit more, firm him up a little bit more, lengthen him up a little bit more. He gets a little bit stocky up to his front, wants to kind of get a little bit down fronted, maybe not quite as elevated, but certainly one, when you take a look at him in relation to the class, I think you put him in that fourth place hole. This goat in fifth just kept growing on me and growing on me. He's long bodied, extended up to his front, stout made. He's the flattest stifled goat. He's the one that just gets a bit more tapered towards his tailhead. For his frame size, I want just a more dimensionized hip, but boy, I like him in terms of his handle down his top line. A very competitive class here. You get into the next goat in the sixth place hole. This is one that's up front, elevated, long bodied. He's the one that's the most base narrow of our top six. Like to change that about him. Then we get into a little softer handling goat in the seventh place hole. Like to firm this goat up a little bit more. Big top goat and the paint goat, but certainly one that's a little bit flatter, doesn't have near the power down his top in the middle and lower portion of his leg. Competitive class. Let's give all these exhibitors a round of applause. Good job.
This will be the last call for Class 9 market goats. 10 entries in Class 9. Results from Class 8. 12th place, Jessica Galvan. 11th place, Halen Brown. 10th place, Randall Spencer. 9th place, Tylee Dana. 8th place, Ansel Marcantel. 7th place, Jake Wright. 6th place, Bailey Wright. 5th place, Easton Davey. 4th place, Ruby Vance. 3rd place, Jax Myers. 2nd place, Megan Hernandez. And your class winner out of Class 8 is Riley Steinecke from Wimberley FFA. We'll need first and second place out of that class to come back at the conclusion of Class 9 for the Division II drive. At this time, we will have Class 9 entering the ring. 10 entries in this class, ranging in weight from 91 to 93 pounds. At the conclusion of Class 9, we will need Bella Gomez and Jewel Locke back out of Class 7 for the Division 2 drive. And we will need Riley Steinecke and Megan Hernandez back out of Class 8 for the Division 2 champion drive and reserve champion drive at the conclusion of Class 9.
As we move into this last class of this middleweight division, we've got some nice goats out here, and then we got this one here. He wins the class easy. He's just stout. He's got a superior rib shape to him. You can see how he's expressive in terms of his forearm. He's built stout from the ground up. You get over the top of him. You like the coverage to his rib. You love him in terms of the weight proportions for his hind saddle to fore saddle. Big and explosive out his hip. Huge stifle. Smooth down his top line. For me, he wins the class real easily. Then you get into the ones to make some decisions. This is not the longest body goat of our top four, but certainly he's long enough for me today when you combine that natural width and dimension at his hip, that smoothness down his top line. Is he as cool to look at and cool ribbed as what we see in our class winner? Probably not. Gets a little bit bolder through the middle portion of his body, so he just doesn't have the eye appeal that we see. But I like him in terms of his touch and handle. I think he's a little bit better in his transition from his hip to his loin. To me, a long body goat in the third place hold. This is the one for in relation to his body. We need more dimension on his hip. He's the flattest stifled goat of our top three. I love him in terms of his length of body. To me, for this frame size, it will get just a bit more power down his top line, the middle and below portion of his leg. A little softer handling goat, this doe in the fourth place hold. She's got plenty of muscle. She's the one that wants to get a little bit down fronted. She doesn't elevate up through her front third. She doesn't run uphill quite as nicely, but certainly one in terms of what she brings to the table. She's correct in terms of her condition in relation to our fifth place goat. Certainly longer bodied. I think a lot of, and then she's got plenty of power also. Just maybe not quite as eye appealing when you take a look at her from the side. Not shorter sided goat in the fifth place hole. This is the one that gets a little easier in her top. This is probably the heaviest conditioned goat in the class, so we'd like to clean her up over her ribs, firm her up. If we do that, we make her more competitive. Really firm handling goat, contrasting in the sixth place hole. This goat, though, for his frame, he does play out quite a bit. He's raw handling, real firm to the touch, but not very fresh to the handle. Very competitive class, outstanding class winner. Let's give them all a round of applause. Really, really good set here. Good job.
Okay, results of Class 9. 10th place, Abram Conley. 9th place, Addison Slade. 8th place, Lawson Henry. 7th place, Eve Conley. 6th place, Dylan Lee. 5th place, Cody Brown. 4th place, Barrett Hunt. 3rd place, Taylor Clark. 2nd place, Stormy Cunningham. And your class winner out of Class 9 is Amanda Alderson from Dripping Springs FFA. At this time, we will have first and second out of Class 7, 8, and 9 back in the ring. For the Division II champion and reserve champion drive. Out of Class 7, we have class winner Halen Brown and second place winner Jewel Locke. Class 8, we have class winner Riley Steinecke and second place Megan Hernandez. And out of Class 9, we have Amanda Alderson, the class winner, and Stormy Cunningham, the second place winner out of Class 9. This will be for your Division II champion and reserve champion drive. Our Division II champion belt buckle is sponsored by West San Marcos Dove Hunt Foundation, and our reserve champion Division II buckle is sponsored by Ben and Terry Brown. Thank you so much, sponsors, for sponsoring those buckles for these young people. I have been told that the lamb weight breaks are posted up in the foyer there as you come in between the restroom and the concession stand. Lamb classes are posted.
Nice set of goats out here. Really take a look at it and see what a lot of them bring to the table. Again, when you talk about the ones that won their individual weight class, for me, I think they won their classes extremely easily. Again, ones that are built right. For me, when you talk about the champion, it's for me, it's easy. I think it gets extremely close in relation to reserve champion, and you start taking a look at what they bring to the table, and being complete for me is extremely critical. Ones that handle right with some freshness is extremely critical. They have to be smooth. They've got to be dimensional. They've got to be natural in terms of the way they move about the arena. For me, again, the one that fits that bill for both your champion and then your reserve, following that's going to be that play those roles. Again, it's not to say that there's not some good ones out here that are maybe the 3rd overall in this division and 4th overall. They're not quite there today in terms of their handle or their eye appeal or the way they're built or the way they're handling over their ribs. Those kind of things. With that said, I'll quit talking because y'all probably want to know who the champion is. For me, it's the young lady out of the heavy division, or the heavyweight class. Let's give her a round of applause. He is an exceptional goat. Congratulations to her. Good job. As you move that second place up, we talked about how he was just a notch shorter, maybe a little bit fuller, and you talk about, again, the middleweight champion, and just stout-made and really long-bodied, good in terms of his rib, just raw to the handle, just a little less fresh, I would say, in relation to his handle in that loin. Then you talk about the paint goat out of the lightweight in this class, again, built right, really, really cool to look at, really fresh to the handle. You take him and move him about the arena, he doesn't change either. That's going to be your reserve champion. Let's give her a round of applause. Good job.
Okay, this will be first call for Class 12 Market Goats. First call, Class 12 Market Goats. Your Division II champion goes to Miss Amanda Alderson out of Class 9 from Dripping Springs FFA. And your reserve champion, Division II, goes to Miss Bella Gomez from Jack C. Hayes FFA. Congratulations to those two exhibitors. We'll see them back in the Grand Champion Drive at the end of the Division III Drive.
Just realized that may have said Breeding Goats Champion Drive too, but if it did, my apologies. It is the Market Goats, of course.
At the conclusion of the Goat Show, after the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Drive, we need all Division Champions and Division Reserve Champions to report to the vet tent, to the test barn. That will be all Division and Reserve Division winners to the test barn at the conclusion of the Goat Show. We'll work with you on showmanship, whatever we've got to do for that. But after we name the Grand and Reserve Grand Champions, we need you to take the Champion and Reserve Champion Division winners to the test barn. This will be the last call for Class 12 Market Goats. We have 10 entries in this class, ranging from 94 to 97 pounds.
Well, while we have a minute here, I want to thank a couple of our sponsors again, Loudon Excavating, Southwest Erectors, and Laura Gregory with lauraslovelylashes.com. Loudon Excavating has been serving the Central Texas area for over 35 years, working subdivisions, utilities, site preparation, and roads. And of course, what doesn't Southwest Erectors do? We appreciate all three of these sponsors very much and their support of these young people and their little athletes they're showing off today. And thank you for tuning in and watching as well. And of course, Wright Farrier Services, PMI Pipe, Steel and Supplies, and New World Bakery for all their provisions for the concession stand this week. Thanks so much to all of our sponsors. While I have a minute here, let me thank the officers of this Hays County Youth Livestock Show. Terry Polk is the president, Jeremy Pill, first vice president, second vice president is Jamie Coco, and secretary is Leanne Young. The treasurer is Lexi Lugo, and a special shout out to her. She has been so helpful in getting all this arranged, and communication liaison between us and FPG Live here, that's us, and the Hays County Youth Livestock Show. Also want to thank our reporter Donna Wallace, board members, division superintendents, and FFA advisors, and of course all the extension agents as well. We appreciate all of you and all you do to make this possible this week. And also just a reminder, if you'll visit stock-show.live, you'll be presented with a couple of options, viewing options. The default will be the Rabbit Show as it started at 8 a.m. And then the second in the list, as it prompts you there, will be this Goat Show that we've got going on here today in the main arena as it started an hour later. So you can get your pick, or if you've got picture-in-picture options, you can probably watch both shows at the same time if you wanted to. Just waiting here for the heavyweight class of Class 12 of the Market Goats. In this heavyweight class will be Hope Becker, Quincy Raines, Winston Raines, Kellen Embry, Rebecca Hartman, Luke Locke, Marlena Moore, Jordan Cook, and Allie Schrant. Later on this afternoon around 4 o'clock, we'll have the home skills show. And then, let's see it.
This will be the
5
last
p.m.
call for Class 12 market goats. 10 entries ranging from 94 to 97 pounds.
And then at 5 p.m. we'll have the sheep and lamb show.
This will be first call, Class 13 Market Goats. First call, Class 13 Market Goats. There should be 7 entries in Class 13. This will be second call for Class 13. Second call, Class 13 Market Goats.
we've had some good classes in relation to some ones at the top end. I think this may be the deepest class we've seen today. Again, for me, there's some give and take. For me, the one that's the most complete is the young lady's goat here up in the front end. I like him in terms of his elevation. He really gets up off the ground. He's stout from the ground up. He's good in terms of his rib. He's extremely thin-hided. He's extremely good and cool to the touch. He's firm to the touch. He's big down his top. For me, he's powerful in terms of his stifle. I think he blends and transitions better than what we see in our second place goat in terms of his hip point junction. Would we like to change him maybe in terms of his tail set? Yeah, maybe so a little bit. I was questioning in his rack shape until she really got into him right there at the very end. And when she did that, he got his top up, he filled out, he smoothed down his top. I love his elevation. I like his balance. I like his style. For me, I like him to win the class. The goat second just kept growing on me. This is a long body. This is a really cool rib goat. This is one I think it follows our class winner in terms of extension up to his front. This is one that's really cool to look at from the side, from his hooks to his pins. Really cool in terms of his hip dimension or his hip design. Is he as stout and made from the ground up? Certainly not. I love him in terms of his rack. I just don't like him in terms of his hip point junction. He wants to pinch and roll in that loin just a little bit more than ideal. But I like his elevation, his length of body. I like his firmness to the handle. The softest handling goat is our third place goat. He's the quickest pattern, shortest sided goat. He wants to get just a bit shorter through his front. To me, not quite as elevated. He's certainly not as long a body as what we see in first and second. He's the softest handling goat. I'd like to give him just a bit more strength down his top. Certainly firm him up a little bit. To me, though, in terms of stoutness from the ground up, in terms of just sheer mass in the middle and lower portion of his leg, in terms of hip design, he fits the bill real well. He's just a little bit soggy, a little bit softer to the handle, not near as extended as what we see in first and second. This goat in fourth place, this goat's nice. He's getting overpowered today when you compare him to the top three. He may be one of the lighter goats in the class. He's certainly a goat that's got lots of potential to him. He's just not right there in terms of the handle. The young lady in the next hole here, really nice top line to him. Probably a little bit flatter in terms of his stifle, like the extension and his length of body. A big old powerful goat. The next hole, this is the one that gets a little bit down fronted when you get her on the move. Like to change that about her. Then we get into some goats that have got some elevation in the next couple of holes. Long bodied, elevated, just a bit more base narrow and a little bit less muscular is what we see in the ones ahead of them. Then some couple and down the line just don't have the shape down their top to compete. Very competitive class. Let's give them all a round of applause. Nice job.
This will be last call, Class 13. Last call, Class 13. We should have 7 entries lined up. Results from Class 12. 10th place, Jordan Cook. 9th place, Rebecca Hartman. 8th place, Winston Raines. 7th place, Allie Schrant. 6th place, Luke Locke. 5th place, Hope Becker. 4th place, Kellen Embry. 3rd place, Quincy Raines. 2nd place, Marlena Moore. And 1st place winner out of Class 12 is Quincy Raines from Dripping Springs 4-H. We should be ready to bring Class 13 into the ring with 7 entries, ranging in a weight from 98 to 104.
Quick peek of what's going on over at the Rabbit Show for those of you that have kids maybe on both ends of the arena today. All right, here we are with Class 13. That's going to be Lillian Sandoval, Marlena Moore, Madison Clark, Cameron Cunningham, Trent Henry, Mackenzie Geeson, and Morgan Hernandez.
This will be first call, Class 14 Market Goats. First call, Class 14 Market Goats. There will be 7 entries in Class 14. 7 entries in Class 14. Once again, at the conclusion of the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Drive this evening, we will need the Champion and Reserve Champion Division winners to report to the test barn. The Champion and Reserve Champion Division winners will all need to report to the test barn.
Nice trio up at top end. Young ladies goat to win this class. Not the longest body, but he's really good to the handle. He's just super stout, big-footed, just clean through his chest forward, exceptional in terms of his rib, cool through his forerib. But again, he's dimensional. He just really moves about the arena with some authority. I like this goat to win the class real easily. This is a big old top goat in the second hole. Long-bodied, Again, to me, maybe not quite as nice in way he's built from the ground up, especially from his hind leg standpoint. This is the one that wants to taper towards his tail head a bit more. He's a little bit flatter in his stifle. For me, I love his length of body. I love his rack shape. I just like to change him in terms of his stifle and his hip dimension just a little bit. Maybe change him a little bit in terms of the way he hocks in. Another good fresh handling goat in the third place hole. He may be just a notch shorter from flank to flank than maybe ideal, but that's getting real picky. He's big in terms of his form. He's stout from the ground up. This is the goat, though, to me, just doesn't have the depth of loins, what we see in first and second. He plays out in terms of dimension on his hip just a bit more, certainly a little bit shorter from his hooks to his pins, maybe just a little bit plainer through his forerib. That's getting critical as well because he's really smooth down the top line. This doe in fourth. Big rack, really big rack. She's probably just a notch shorter in relation to her overall size and how she gets up in terms of elevation. This is the one that wants to taper towards her head, her tail head just a bit more. She's not just dimensional at her hip, and what accentuates that, she just doesn't tie in as well in terms of that hip-loin junction. Then we get into a goat that's got a lot of power. This goat's just a little coarse through his blade, coarse through his shoulder. You can see when he gets on the move, he really falls apart. I like the product on his skeleton. He just doesn't have the design eye appeal to what we see in the ones ahead of him. Really nice class. So congratulations to all these exhibitors.
This will be last call. Last call for Class 14 market goats. Results of Class 13. 7th place, Mackenzie Giesen. 6th place, Trent Henry. 5th place, Lillian Sandoval. 4th place, Marlena Moore. 3rd place, Cameron Cunningham. 2nd place, Madison Clark. And your class winner out of Class 13, Morgan Hernandez, representing Buda 4-H Club. Congratulations to those winners and those exhibitors. We will need a 1st and 2nd place goat back for the Division III drive at the conclusion of Class 14. We have 7 entries in Class 14, the last class of the day, ranging in weights from 105 to 113. Our Division III champion belt buckle today is sponsored by Jeff and Kim Dodd. Our reserve champion Division III belt buckle is sponsored by the Steinecke family. We thank those sponsors for helping us get those belt buckles together for these exhibitors. At the conclusion of Class 14 here, we will need Quincy Rains and Marlena Moore back out of Class 12. And we will need Morgan Hernandez and Madison Clark back out of Class 13 for the Division III drive. So be getting those goats ready and getting them to the staging area.
It's a good designed goat, nice handling goat. To me, he's not the most dominant shape. He's not the most powerful, but when you combine what he brings to the table in terms of his dimension out his hip, his length out his hip, his correctness in terms of his rib, to me, I think he's a little bit more elevated when you get him on the move. Again, for me, in terms of design and balance, I like him to win the class. He kind of has a tendency to get his leg, gets off in his hind wheels just a little bit, wants to get up on those toes, or kind of doesn't want to move out really freely on his hind legs, but that's getting real critical when you compare him to his contemporaries in this class. For me, I think you have to use him. Then you get into some decisions. A really powerful, solid color goat in the next hole. This is a goat that's probably the most powerful goat in terms of top shape in relation to everyone else in this class. He's just not quite as nice in terms of his hip as well. He gets a little bit rounder. He's certainly a little bit shorter from flank to flank. I like to change that about him, but I really like him in terms of his power. It was hard to get a handle on this goat, but I can tell you the way he's built, and I got a couple of handles I could tell, yeah, he's correct in his condition. He's good in his lines. He's good in his rib. He's good down his top line, and that's where he excels. Our fourth place goat. For me, he's built right. To me, I just wish he'd just settle in a little bit. If we can kind of really get a good handle to really pick him apart, we may move him up in that second place hole. Just wouldn't work out today, but really a really nice one in his own right. A little bit softer handling doe in the fourth place hole. This is one you could tell getting a little bit soggier in terms of handle over those ribs and that elbow pocket. For me, I like to firm him up just a bit more, clean him up over his ribs. Then we get into a big top goat in the next hole. This goat's really cool to look at from the side. When you get this goat on the move, he just falls apart. His blades don't tie in well. He gets a little bit raw in the way he's built. He's a little bit more piecey in his overall design. Getting the goat in the next hole down here. I thought this goat would handle a bit more power. Just the thickest hided goat, probably one of the softer handling goats. Just doesn't have near the depth of loin in relation to what we thought with that hip. And then we get to round out the class one, a little bit more base narrow, elevated, but not near as much muscle in his skeleton. Competitive class. Let's give these 7 exhibitors a round of applause to round out class 14. Good job.
All right, results from Class 14. 7th place, Carter Schrant. 6th place, Jax Myers. 5th place, Callie Knock. 4th place, Trace Hunt. 3rd place, Jory Myers. 2nd place, Dylan Lee. And your class winner out of Class 14, Madison Clark, representing Johnson FFA. At this time, we will have the 1st and 2nd place goats back out of Class 12, 13, and 14 for the Division III drive for champion and reserve champion division. We need Class 12 winner Quincy Rains. 2nd place, Class 12, Marlena Moore. 1st place, Class 13, Morgan Hernandez. 2nd place, Class 13, Madison Clark. And out of Class 14, we need Madison Clark, 1st place, and 2nd place, Dylan Lee, back for your Division III drive. At the conclusion of our Division III drive, we will bring our Division I champion and reserve champion, Division II champion and reserve champion, and Division III champion and reserve champions back to the ring for the grand champion overall drive. At the conclusion of the grand champion drive, we will need all division and reserve champions to report to the vet test barn.
Nice set of heavyweights out here. Really, really competitive group. Young ladies and young man, you've done an outstanding job of really doing a good job of getting them shown right. A really, really competitive group. For me, when you talk about what they brought to the table, again, these ones that won the class, they did so really easy. They're just really cool. They're built right. When it gets down to evaluating your champion in reserve, there's a couple that are just built stoutly from the ground up. They're correct in terms of the way they move about the arena. The champion separates himself in terms of handle. He's massive. He's big-footed. He's elevated. He's really opened up to his chest forward, but yet clean up to his front. Long-bodied, exceptional hip. Young lady out of the Class 2 in the middle of the heavy division is your champion. Congratulations to her. You bring that one in and out of the second place in that hole. Again, a really nice goat in his own right, but one for me that follows the champion in terms of way he's built, in terms of design, in terms of handle, is a really, really good one in his own right as well. Damn, they out of the lightweight class. Let's give her a round of applause. Good job.
Okay, in your heavyweight Division 3, champion goes to Morgan Hernandez out of Class 13. And your reserve champion goes to Quincy Rains out of Class 12 from Dripping Springs FFA. Or Dripping Springs 4H, I'm sorry. At this time, we will need Division 1 winner. Division 1 champion was Morgan Hernandez out of Class 4. And Quincy Rains was Reserve Division 1. We'll need them back to the ring. Out of Division 2, we need Class 9 winner Amanda Alderson is the division champion. And the reserve division champion was Bella Gomez out of Class 7. Division 3, we need Morgan Hernandez out of Class 13. And reserve champion Division 3, Quincy Rains out of Class 12. That will be for your grand and reserve grand champion overall drive. Then we will go into our senior showmanship. Once again, our Division 3 champion belt buckle was donated by Jeff and Kim Dodd. And our reserve champion Division 3 was sponsored by the Steinecke family. Thanks to those people for sponsoring those belt buckles for these people. Next, we will be going into our Grand Champion Drive.
Well, for those of you interested, it looks like our rabbit show is still going on over there. It's definitely changed its look, though. All the cages are gone. I think we have Showmanship here, but I could be mistaken. We're not quite sure. We didn't get any details on the rabbits, but it's over there on, if you log into stock-show.live, you'll see a couple options. One is Rabbits Part 2, and of course we're also back here at the Goat Show. Just about to get started with the Grand Champion Drive.
Our Grand Champion Market Goat belt buckle today is sponsored by Ozona Bank. And our Reserve Grand Champion Market Goat buckle is sponsored by Rippy Ranch Supply, Pug and Rippy and Janet Rippy. Thanks very much to those sponsors for sponsoring those belt buckles. Okay, for our grand drive, out of Division 1, we have Morgan Hernandez representing Buda 4-H. We have Amanda Alderson representing Dripping Springs FFA. And we have Morgan Hernandez representing Buda 4-H as our division winners. Then we have, out of Division 1 Reserve, we have Quincy Raines representing Dripping Springs 4-H. And out of Division 2, we have Bella Gomez representing Hayes FFA, and our Division 3 Reserve Champion, Quincy Raines, representing Dripping Springs 4-H. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of these exhibitors for a fine job. And while we're at it, let's thank Mr. Eric Zimmerman, our judge today, for sorting our goats. We appreciate him coming up from the big city of Franklin, Texas, and taking care of our Market Goat Show today. He will be back later this afternoon for our Market Lamb Show. So thank you, Mr. Zimmerman, for helping us sort our livestock.
give the exhibitors in our grand drive a round of applause. It's a nice set of goats out here. Lightweights all the way to the heavies. Again, especially when the front line. These three out here, they're just really stout. They're just big hipped. You put your hands on them. That's one thing, it's fortunate for me. I get to handle them and then appreciate how good they really are. You get over the top of them, you can see they've got that natural curvature to the rib that allows them to really lay a lot of top on that skeleton. To me, again, ones that track just natural in terms of their base width. These three, especially when you move them up in the top end of this evaluation of a grand drive, they've got that big stifle to them. Again, when it talks about, for me, it gets back to all of the aspects of a good one. They've got to have a big old rack. They've got to blend good in that transition. They need to be stout made and run uphill. Again, clean through their forerib, clean through their shoulder. The champion and reserve champion, for me, fit those bills extremely well. There's one that's just a bit more dominant down his top. He's just exceptional in terms of his rack, and then he kind of just gets more explosive out of his hip. He's big in his stifle. Again, an outstanding one. Let's give them all a round of applause. We'll go shake your champion's hand and then your reserve champion's hand as well. Really, really good goat show. Good job.
Okay, congratulations to Miss Morgan Hernandez from Buda 4-H for the Grand Champion Market Goat of 2023. And congratulations to Miss Amanda Alderson from the Dripping Springs FFA for her Reserve Grand Champion Market Goat of 2023. At this time, we're going to get the kids over there to take pictures. We will need the champion and reserve champion division winners to go to the test barn. And then we will be starting with senior showmanship. So senior showman, be getting ready. Then we will follow that with intermediate, junior, and clover showmanship.
Well, while we've got a minute here, let me be sure and thank the fine folks at Texas Farm Bureau Insurance. They have been a huge help during this whole stock show for everyone involved. Hays County Texas Farm Bureau, we appreciate your support of these kids and support of this broadcast. Also want to thank the folks at Capital Farm Credit. They say it. I think they're right. Together we're better. Their Austin office number is 512-892-4425. Appreciate Capital Farm Credit. And all our friends at Loudon Excavating for all their service to Central Texas for over 35 years, and all their service to all of us here at the Stock Show, Hays County Youth Livestock Show, Southwest Directors. Appreciate your support. And Laura Gregory with lauraslovelylashes.com. And we'd be remiss not to mention PMI Pipe and Steel Supplies, Wright Farrier Services, and New World Bakery for all their help there in the concession, especially thanks to these three sponsors and all of our sponsors, and especially those buckle sponsors out there that you've been hearing mentioned throughout the show this morning and now afternoon. Appreciate y'all staying with us. We've got Showmanship coming up, Senior, Intermediate, Junior, and Clover Showmanship. And this afternoon we've got shows, the homeschool shows at 4 o'clock at the, down there at the lower part of the arena. And then at 5 o'clock starts our sheep and lamb show. And then tomorrow morning, bright and early, we'll start with the swine show at 9 a.m. And then the poultry show right back here in the upper arena. That's the lower arena, the swine show at 9 a.m. There's two parts to that, a morning session, afternoon session. And then tomorrow at 11 a.m. is the poultry show in the upper arena as well. And then finally, cattle and steer tomorrow at 5 p.m. And then, of course, we're back here for the sale on Saturday. I believe that's at noon, and I sure hope you'll join us for all of it.
Okay, this will be first call, Senior Showmanship. Senior Showmanship will line up at the gate.
A quick correction on that. The youth auction Saturday is at 10 a.m., not 12 p.m. And there in your frame is Mr. Jeff Dodd. He and Lexi Lugo have been super duper to work with, so thank you to both of those two and their families for the sacrifices they make for their ability to serve all of us so well. Here we go.
Second call, Senior Showmanship. If you want to be in the Senior Showmanship, you need to be lined up at the gate. Senior Showmanship. Then we will follow with Intermediate, Junior, and Clover. So be getting it on your mind. Be thinking about it. Be getting ready to show your goats. Last call, Senior Showmanship. Last call. We're ready to roll. This will be first call for intermediate showmanship. First call, intermediate showmanship.
Nice set out here, a really competitive group. You know, it's funny, you kind of get into this age level, even the younger ones too. You know, you could gate cut them pretty quick in relation to having some ring presence and knowing what to do. I'm a big proponent of anticipation and understanding what needs to be done in relation to getting the goat or the sheep later on today shown right. If you know me, I'm a very strong proponent of, and don't get me wrong, you know, showmanship is in itself a class. We had this conversation right here. You know, it's in itself a class, in my opinion. But then again, you know, we talk about the weight classes and things of that nature. We're trying to win a class, right? And I'm perfectly acceptable, you know, of making sure the animal handles right and looks right. And, you know, if he's out of whack a little bit in terms of lights, middles, heavies, whatever it may be, kind of, you know, hey, where do I look from a distance? And, you know, I was world's worst at the big shows when it came to Jackson and Ramsey when we're in the top three, and it's kind of getting that close, right? But they don't have showmanship at the big shows, right? They don't, except for Austin. So with that said, for me, showmanship is you and the animal in this setting by yourself. It's up to you to get them to that next level without any assistance and help. And so that's just kind of my thing, my pet peeve. I think I actually made this comment back in November when I was judging a prospect show, and that was kind of one of those deals that kind of people, oh man, okay, whatever. Anyway, that's a long story, and I'm not getting into many details. Jeff told me we had 2 awards. I wish we had, or 1 award, right? I wish we had 2 or 3 or 4. Very deserving. It gets extremely close. For me, I'm splitting hairs here. It's a compilation of not what you've done correctly. It's a matter of maybe one small minor thing here and there, utilizing the arena, all those kind of things. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail because some of our young exhibitors may be listening as well, and so we don't want to tip them off on some things that we may utilize to break some ties. Again, outstanding set here. I will tell you, when we start taking a look at this entire class, we need to recognize them with a round of applause. Please do so. Please help me do that. In relation to our top 4, I'm going to tell you we do have a top 4 because I think that's important, even though we only have a 1 award. The first 4 ladies here, we worked a little harder. So let's give them a round of applause on elevating their game a little bit more. Again, it gets down to a lot of different things, and there's some really small things here, and it's a teamwork thing, and again, it gets down to 2 of the top 4. You could not go wrong either one. For me, it was a small thing about midway through that I said, all right, I'm going to go ahead, and I think that's probably the deciding factor, and it probably was. Let's give a round of applause to our champion, the 4th from the end. Congratulations to her. Congratulations, champion. Good job.
All right, we're going to move into intermediate showmanship. Intermediate showmanship. You should be lined up. Intermediates. At the conclusion of the intermediates, we'll do the juniors. So juniors, be thinking about it. 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades on the juniors. And Clovers after the juniors. Last call, intermediate showmanship. Last call, intermediate showmanship, grades 6, 7, and 8. Okay, junior showman, be getting ready. Junior showman, that's grades 3, 4, and 5. Be getting ready, be getting lined up here. You want to be in junior showmanship. Once again, a reminder at the conclusion of showmanship, we need all champion and reserve champion division winners to report to the test area. All champion and reserve champion division winners to report to the testing area. Be reminded that if you have an exhibitor, a division winner or a reserve division winner going to the test barn, they must be accompanied by a parent. A parent must accompany the division and reserve division champions to the test area.
It's a really nice set of intermediates. Got a very competitive group. Let's recognize them also with a round of applause. We don't have you in any order. You're not first, you're not last, you're not in the middle. We just kind of put you out there. There were some things that we made some decisions on early on in relation to putting you in certain situations. Again, I think it's a compilation of a lot of good things in relation to our top-end exhibitors, getting them shown right, knowing which side you need to be on. I mean, that's extremely important. You don't have to have the best animal to be the best shower. You got to get everything out of the animal. Okay, he gets to look good. He's got to be. You got to have a ring of presence. You got to know what to do. You got to anticipate things. Sometimes those goats don't want to work real well, and so when they kind of fidget, you've got to have some eye contact and understand where the judge is. But you've got to have enough presence to be able to fix them, right? And that's extremely important. Again, outstanding set. We have 2 or 3 or 4 people that are deserving of the award. Unfortunately, we've only got 1 to recognize as well. Again, an outstanding job. Young lady that's 4th from the end here. Let's give her a round of applause. That's your champion. Good job.
All right, our intermediate show person for today is Megan Hernandez. Megan Hernandez. Congratulations, Megan. Now we need our junior showman, grade 3, 4, and 5. Grade 3, 4, and 5 for our junior showman into the ring for showmanship. And then our Clover kiddos will be coming in. Once again, a reminder, our champion and reserve champion division winners must go to the test area and be accompanied by a parent in the test area. This will be last call for junior showmanship. Last call. Okay, our senior showmanship belt buckle today was sponsored by the Tommy Dodd Memorial Buyers Group. They've been a great support of our show here. Junior showmanship belt buckle was awarded by Backyard Cowboys Buyers Group. Our intermediate showmanship buckle was sponsored by the Bridges family in memory of Wayne Bridges. And our Clover showmanship buckle will be sponsored by the Backyard Cowboys Buyers Group. Thanks to all of those supporters for helping support and sponsor those belt buckles so these young people can wear a brand new belt buckle. All right, if you want to be in Clover showmanship, you need to be lining up at the gate. We've only got 4 entries in the juniors. We need the Clovers to be lining up. Once again, if you're in Clover Showmanship, please be lining up. We're coming down to the wire on our junior showmanship, so be lining up, you Clovers.
Not a lot of numbers out here, but 4 really good ones. Keep up the good work. Every time you get an opportunity to get in the ring, do so. Especially when you're young. You get better and better. You get used to the arena. Every arena is different. Every animal's different. Every judge is different. So you've got to have those opportunities to continue to fine-tune your craft, and that's showing your goats, okay? Get them out in the summer. You know, there were some times when some goats didn't want to walk today, and so it's just like anything else. The football team doesn't just show up on Friday night to play. They practice Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. You got to do the same thing. It takes some time. It takes some commitment. You've all 4 done an outstanding job. Again, it gets back to being the most complete from the beginning to right now. Again, one is just a little bit more flawless, and that's getting real critical. That's splitting hairs. Again, I wish we had 3 or 4 different awards because I think all 4 of you deserve something. Let's give a round of applause to the young lady on the very front here. That's your champion. Congratulations to her. Good job.
Okay, your junior showmanship champion goes to Quincy Raines from Dripping Springs 4-H. Congratulations, Quincy. At this time, we will have our Clover kids coming in. They are lined up at the gate. We'll be starting in shortly. Attention in the barn. Attention in the barn. We need Bella Gomez from Jack C. Hayes FFA to the test area. Bella Gomez from Jack C. Hayes High School to go to the test area with a parent. Please report over there to the testing area. Quincy Rains, we need you to take your 2 goats to the test area with a parent. Quincy Rains, please take your 2 goats to the test area with a parent. Thank you.
Let's give our exhibitors in this class a round of applause. Nice way to wrap up the goat show. It's been a fun day. It's been a fun morning. A lot of good goats, a lot of really good kids, and that's important. I think I say this, and I'll probably say this later on too. We showed a lot, and in the last thing I told the twins every single time we went in the arena, when they went in the arena, the ring. And it didn't matter if it was a prospect show in the middle of nowhere or if it was in Houston. The last thing I told them every single time was go have fun. Go have fun. And that's extremely important. If we're not having fun, there's no reason to do that. You're going to win. And you're going to sometimes be last. And you're going to sometimes be in the middle. That's just the way it is. Sometimes there's better showers. Sometimes there's better goats. Sometimes you got the best one. All right? But that's why it's all about a competition. I think it's extremely important. You've done an outstanding job. All 4 of you deserve an award. Again, usually in this age division, we give 4 awards, Jeff Dodd, but they told me no. So we've got to, again. But that's a good life lesson, too. It's not all about participation ribbons. It's about competition, too. And so a lot of times, with me having twins, it was a little more difficult because there was going to be one of them that would beat the other one in showmanship. There was not a tie. And, boy, I had to manage that, and that was not easy. Anyway, with that said, we have one winner today. All 4 of y'all have done an outstanding job. It's about the entire process of getting them shown right. Congratulations. Let's recognize the young lady at the very beginning for your champion. Congratulations to her. Good job.
All right, congratulations to Lacey Locke. Gracie Locke. I'm terribly sorry, Gracie. Congratulations to Gracie Locke, our Clover Showmanship winner. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our 2023 Hayes County Goat Show. We appreciate everyone coming out. Have a safe trip home. If you want to watch the Lamb Show, we're going to start at about 5 p.m. Thanks again to Mr. Zimmerman for being here and sorting our goats. He'll be back at 5 o'clock also to sort our lambs for us.